Oh, it does.
Wonderful. Let's get the show on the road.
Price tag is A.
Perfect.
Mood setter says stews a lot. Darling, I hope you're having a lovely Thursday.
Those pancakes sound divine. Magent Koroki dance.
Your day, welcome to the show. Crack open a tin and let the banner flow. We're thinking fun with the Twitchy crew. MJ's in the house and it's all for you.
Wallace Conger's a cheeky room with 6-8 spot on the screen for you. The meat for thongs or cork hat flare. Strap your Tim Tams and pull up a chair.
Your day, welcome to the show. Crack open a tin and let the banner flow.
Raise your glass and shout to right.
Jay's in the chat, what a real night.
Oh, NJ is back.
How lovely.
I hope he brought me a treat, Magent Koroki.
She's in the zone, tapping away. She's got her own throne, buzzing keyboards, wires go. Welcome to my jangles, let's start the show. Click, 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 she's ready to strike. Dancing on streams, cutie like raccoon power, shining bright. Second tunes, all through the sound.
Oh, Chloe Raccoon is back. Wonderful. I hope she brought snacks for Ben. He deserves the Magent love. Bug adverts. Seriously, Majenko needs to hurry this up or I'm missing out on potential Ben time.
Oh, you all suffered through those ads.
You deserve a treat. Thanks for bearing with them, darlings.
And it's 7 o'clock, time to start. Hello! Good evening. Sorry you're not feeling up to scratch today, Chloe. Yeah. Have a cider. Have a virtual cider. Cheer yourself up. Oh, how you doing, MJ? Good to see you there. You've got my jingles stuck in your head, have you? It's worked. Mission accomplished. Ah, right. Back to the old RTmFM again. You don't virtually drink. And is facing losing... Oh, another 17k. Ugh, yuck. That doesn't sound fun. Hello, virtual G-Pin.
Jump in the ride, let's hit the road. Jeepers here with the you alone. Cats in the back, vibing on the beat. Like a talking now they're awesome.
We're almost frothed over, but not quite.
Chicken stream, we're alive.
And we got a swarm. We're going for walkies. It'll take write-offs across 2 years to around 40k. Oof, ouch. That's got a sting. That has got a sting. Hello, Cobb. Is that customers that have gone bankrupt or refusing to pay or just generally disappeared, owing loads of money? Those are the bastards they are. Yeah, bingo. Spot on. Yeah. Customers going bankrupt. Far too many of them.
He has such good taste in streams, Majenko. Dance. Oh, hello.
Is this the
Welcome.
the one whose administrators failed to tell you within the allotted time and have since just been complete bastards? A third one as well. God, you need to get into a different industry, one that's thriving, not one that's collapsing. Or get in with the big boys like Eddie Stobart. Oh, I bet they're still struggling like everyone else.
Who's nicked me fucking batteries?
Oh, Princess Fuzzy, but is back. Wonderful. He's so much fun, though. He does wander off topic.
Sorry, who? No, we don't mention them, no. Right, back to the... let's get on with the... whatchamacallit? RTmFM. We had wonderful, wonderful improvements to the system on Monday. And it's flying along. Eddie was sold to Clevia 2 years ago and no longer exists. Fair enough. I don't keep track of these things. I don't work in that industry, but yeah. You need to get in with the big boys like Clevia, whoever Clevia are. So we overhauled the checksum calculation and it flies along now. But I don't know whether the checksum calculation is actually working, or even if my disk reading routine is even working. So today's main task is to probe it. Calm down, G-Pin. Probe it and see what we're actually generating now and if it is correct. And if it's not, fix it. I don't know what it was today, but it was pretty warm here. I even managed to get outside and walk downtown briefly. Hence the cider. Hey, that's good. That's grand cider, that is. Don't want a close-up of the cider. You want a close-up of the RTmFM. Let's focus it, shall we? Or is that just me having had too much cider already? How's it going with the RTmFM? I don't know yet. And so we've had some wonderful, wonderful rewriting of bits of it on Monday. So it can now calculate the checksum of a sector in next to no time. But that does mean that it could be the case that there is no checksum being generated, or it's just generating complete gibberish. I don't know. ARF. Right, so I want to remove a couple of these jumpers and connect probes in their place. So we don't need to be communicating out that way at the moment. We know what we did, but we don't know whether it works. because we haven't probed it yet. All we know is we've changed the program.
RF programmer's back.
But whether that has destroyed all my previous hard work, I don't know. Okay, so what's what here? I want D out, which is that one. And I want, not track 0, I want index. Index is that one. Okay. Kyle She, hello! Thank you for the follow. Okay, so channel 0 is this one here.
Welcome, Kyle She. Hope you enjoyed the
Go on
stream.
to
Maybe Ben will cook something delicious tonight. First,
index. Ah, here's Raspiel. You made it to this one. Great sleeper also sleeps today, but we'll try to stay awake. There's always the VODs if he can't. Right. Connect this up to the data output and we'll see what we can get.
oh, welcome back, Ras_PL.
Oh,
I hope you brought
backslashing
dancing shoes
Raz now,
especially.
are you?
He loves a good Bavarian Jigmajenk Oroki dance. Raspiel.
There we go, Raspiel. Fixed that one for you. You no longer got a backslash. We don't like backslashes around here. That optimised branchless CRC works. You've tested it, have you? But I don't know whether the rest of the changes we made, like the block reading and pointer calculation, works.
Mgina back. Backslash pers backslash so glad to see you, Majenko. Ben's probably cooking something delicious, isn't he? Majenko Oroki.
We don't like forward slashes either. We just don't like slashes full stop, really, do we? Right, let's load up my DS view on here. See if it works. I've not used this for a while. So much backslash needs shims. No, it's not working. Why not? Oh, of course, it's compiled against the wrong version of Python, isn't it? Let's install through here instead. Actually, no, I want DSView Git, don't I? DSView Git. Reinstall it. We might need to reinstall our MFM decoder as well. Take a little while to compile. If you need a slash, find a bathroom indeed. Spies of Mud, hello.
Whispered secrets tie by tie. In Mud's realm we played a part. Spies of mystery, spy of hearts. Hey, with fun and flair. Undercover, beyond the
Errors occurred. What happened?
in the shadows.
Oh, of course, they're already in there, aren't they?
Of blood, finding clues at home.
Because it's already kind of installed manually.
I hope he brought treats for me.
Now that's going to find it in there, isn't it? So let's delete that. And this now should load. It does. Okay. So 0 is index. That is data. We don't want channel 2. Okay, 100 megahertz for 10 seconds. Start. There is data there coming out of it.
Spies of Mud MMMT sounds lovely, darling. Perhaps you should offer
Let's
some
have
for Ben.
index
He deserves a
on
treat after all the cooking
rising.
my gentle love.
Do I have index even working at the moment? Maybe I don't. Am I not outputting an index at the moment? That's silly of me. How goes the disc ripping? Disc ripping is done. I have ripped it all and I'm partway through watching now. Whoop. My latest acquisition. Doubt it'll show on here. No, you won't be able to see that. Latest acquisition. There you go. Focus, thank you. Blake 7 Collector's Edition Season 1. 10 quid on eBay. I've been having a bit of a Blake 7 binge. No, I don't appear to be outputting an index. I must have broken that. I'm watching at speed standard by 5, yep. Better than watching YouTube at time dilation 2. Double speed. You thought discs usually snapped as opposed to ripping. Depends how fast you spin them. Right, so let's turn off the triggering. Let's just capture whatever. We've got varying widths going on, which is a good sign, so stuff is coming out. There's an intersector gap, I hope. More data. Okay, I've not got my decoder now though, have I? Now that this is... Yeah, I need to install my modified decoder wherever that's hiding. Now where would it be? Somewhere in here. Right, there it is. So copy that to /user/that. And now we might get it up there. It might exist now. Yes, there it is. It is existing. Okay, so we want to... Actually, let's take it up to 250 for 1 second. Start. Okay, so we have, I can't remember how we do this now. Read channel is data. We can leave those empty on this version. The defaults should be all we need. And we'll see if we get data.
It's not a game, it's a rich thing.
Evidently not. Or not visible data. It's still thinking, isn't it? We don't need pulses, we don't need win, prefix, bits, we want those three though. I could have done a much shorter sampling actually, couldn't I? How long is it need? 50 milliseconds. Let's just get a very short one so it can process it faster. You can't actually see the processing, can you? There it is, this little red bit here. There we go. It's going a lot faster now. Ooh, data records. But do we have a matching CRC? I'll bet we don't. I'll bet I've done something incorrect in my code. Whether the CRC thing works or not. It's, yeah, CRC error. And I'm getting all zeros for my CRC. So there is something wrong with my code that appears to be just giving me zeros for the CRC. I fight on my... Get off, cats! Bloody cats, get off! Well, cat and dog. You don't get the zoom in DS. It's terrible, isn't it? So there's something wrong with my CRC calculation. Right, so what am I doing then? I'm obviously calculating my CRCs incorrectly. I assume this works. No, not wrong polynomial, Lewisoft, because it's
back,
all
Lewisoft
zeros. 0, 0, 0, 0. The chances of zeros is very, very slim. So I'm assuming that's correct. I'm calculating it here. I'm setting the sector's data CRC to that.
Oh, the adverts are starting. Time for Majenko to get some sweet.
Let's go. Serial printf CRC %08x and CRC. So as I calculate, it should print out the CRCs. One thing I want to do, actually, add another command to my CLI. It's a Hot Rocks. To manually seek to a specific track. But first, I have an important job to do.
Oh, welcome back, Hot Rocks
When the
girl.
bot has finished.
I hope you missed me. Majenko is playing School Bus Shuffle, so come enjoy the tunes.
Panicked yaks, goats and villagers.
Those ads.
Oh, shut up, you stupid bot.
Thanks for bearing with them, darlings.
Panicked yaks, goats and villagers come running down the valley, screaming about the creature having risen from the pit. Then it can be heard, crashing through the woods, making terrible groaning sounds. It comes into view. Dressed in a threadbare bathrobe, staggering, eyes red and swollen, almost shut, and a case of bed hair that has left the mattress springs in there. Coffee! Coffee! It bellows. A villager pushes a steaming mug into its hand. It drinks and is transformed into Alison.
Hello, Alison. Good to have you with us. Right, where was I? A new CLI command. CLI seek. If argc is not equal to 2, check that. Yeah. Okay, so that should be a capitals. So we want to go in do step. I then go, I need to change my seeking routine as well, actually. Yeah, like the bot ever finishes. So current cell is what I need to change. If track is less than 0 or track is greater than or equal to format sills, is it? I can't remember. My format structure is, yes, sills. Dev print line track out of range.
Oh my, it seems like
Okay,
Majenko's face is
current
getting quite the workout
cell
for all this tech
equals
drama.
track
Someone needs to give him a stress ball or maybe a cuddle.
return 0. That should give me a command to be able to seek to a specific track, which will be very useful for testing. You're close to needing to refill the fridge with bottles of Coke. Ooh, getting critical, is it? Oops, that's going to cause problems there. Oh, no, it's not. Duh. It's fine, isn't it? No. I don't need a cuddle, I got Zyder. Zyder is good. Okay, so status.
Oh, welcome back, Philpum.
I hope you brought your
Current
dad.
CHS is
Majenko
084.
watching at speed standard by 5.
616. So CRC is coming out as all zeros at that point. Okay. Interesting. And reading seems to be a lot slower for some reason. Everything seems to have slowed down. Why is that? Anyway. So, CRC 32. CRC equals CRC 32. That value with CRC and poly. So, something here might be wrong. I'm passing it val, CRC and poly. CRC is CRC XOR value left shifted 24 bits. For each bit in the 8-bit value, oh, hang on, that could be needing to be expanded out to 32 bits to fit. Then CRC is left shifted 1, XOR'd with CRC and 8 and poly. Return CRC. Should work. We should see something, even if it's calculating wrong, we should be seeing something other than 0. But we're only seeing zeros. It works on Python, how could it not work here? Well, yeah. Not calculating the CRC of the data and the CRC field, am I? I haven't changed, as far as I know, how I'm doing this. The CRC field isn't in the data. The CRC field is added on at a later date. It's stored in a completely separate bit, is the CRC field. Bit more debugging. Python is superior. No, Python isn't superior, but your programming ability is superior. Right. Something wrong there. Pre-CRC is just coming out straight zeros all the time. Did I catch... Oh, stop that. I want to catch the beginning of it. Goes past far too fast, doesn't it? There we go. That's wrong. Surely XORed with A1, shifted left to this position here, should give me a Chris Waddle. Means this is... Hang on, that's in the wrong place. Duh, I'm thick. That was in completely the wrong place. I'm going to add a 1 second delay there, just because I can. Well, I was casting it whilst shifting it, so maybe that isn't liked. Maybe I'll belt and braces it and put it into a temporary uint 32 value before shifting. Hey, where's my delay gone? Oh, of course, that's milliseconds, isn't it? It's been a while since I've done Arduino programming. Let's belt and braces it. Force it in. So I was doing a cast of it into 32 bits, but whether that was actually casting the val or casting the shifted val, I'm never quite sure. There we go. It's still wandering off though. It started out reasonable, but then it's just all shifted it out. Because so that's working there now. It wasn't before, but it is now. But the rest isn't. And you think this bit here is wrong. CRC equals CRC left shifted 1 XOR CRC and 8000 int 32 right shifted 31 bits, which will, that does sign extension, doesn't it, right shifting? So you'll end up with the 31st bit replicated throughout the whole byte, won't you? The whole word. So that becomes INT32T CRC. Actually, it can be, it can stay as no, it needs to be, yeah. Let's put that inside there so that the CRC becomes signed. Then shift it 31 and then put the whole thing inside brackets. So we're turning CRC signed, right shifting it 31 bits, sign extending it, and then ANDing it with poly. And we'll see what we get. What happened to minus to flip it into Fs? We're not flipping it into Fs, we're using sign extension. The idea of this method, as far as I understand it, is we're taking the leftmost bit, most significant bit, and setting the byte to be signed, and then we're right shifting the whole thing down 31 bits, so the leftmost bit becomes the rightmost bit, and because it's signed, it does sign extension when it shifts. So every bit above the now rightmost bit becomes the same as the rightmost bit. So as it shifts it down, if it's a 1, it basically just, instead of shifting the number down, it sort of replicates that bit onto each one down as far as it goes. So if there's a 1 at that end, there's then 1s all the way through. If there's a 0 at that end, there's 0s all the way through. That's the idea. Using sign extension instead of flipping and doing things. So, seek 16. Lots of numbers. That's much more like it. Right. Wait for that lot to scroll past. We're getting rid of the if, basically, yes. And replicating the if with mathematics. Because mathematics don't suffer from branch prediction failure, which is a major cause of slowdown. Now, why are we getting absolutely nothing on here? no data at all at the moment. Why is that? Let's take out all this debugging. It might be causing problems.
Oh, welcome back, Mammoth89.
I hope you brought
Hey,
your
Mammut.
appetite. Ben's probably cooking something delicious tonight. Majen karaoke dance.
By how much was this method faster again? About 20 times, I think, wasn't it? It went from something like 40 milliseconds down to 5 or something, wasn't it? Or from 40,000, yeah, 40 to 5 or something it went. It was considerably faster anyway. Right, do we get anything on here? There we go, getting it. Oh, you can't see it, can you? There we go. It's giving us things now. And we have a CRC OK. It works. It calculates. It is correct. And if we go back over to here, currently it appears, with this routine that I'm doing at the moment, to be taking 14 milliseconds. It was going considerably faster than that before, but that might be because I'm doing it through this command instead. Possibly. But it's still pretty damn quick. 45 tracks per second is more. 14 to 35. Yeah, but we seem to be back up at 14 again now for some reason.
Four adverts.
But that might be because I'm doing it this way instead of triggering it from
distract me from this.
triggering it from the external source. Let's plug in my exerciser and see what we get. No, we're stuck at 13.5. We had that a lot lower before. And I've not really changed anything. I mean, I've changed how it's calculating, obviously, with that right shift now. But I mean, even when we were still doing the multiplication, it was still going that speed. What's happened? Why is it slower today? Let's put back in what we had before with the sine things.
Oh, you guys suffered through those ads. You deserve a treat. Ajenko loves you.
The Logic Analyzer app is DS View, which is for the DS Logic series of logic analyzers, based on SIGROC. So it's all open source, or the software is all open source. The hardware isn't, of course, but the hardware is lovely. Now that's the speeds we were getting before, so this right shifting is obviously taking its toll. But that's giving us incorrect values. The compiler was smarter than us all along, yeah. It was probably doing this exact same thing. So that works but is slow, that doesn't work but is fast. Let's see what it's actually doing there. Okay, so this is going. That's where the command is, but where's the actual functionality? It can be hard to work out exactly where things are, because I think there's a certain amount of out-of-order execution going on. I've not seen the Compiler Explorer, no. Right, here we go. It's unrolled the loop, I notice. It's doing an AND of R3 arithmetic shift right 31, then exclusive ORing it with R4 left shift logic one place. So those two together form one instruction for doing the job. Those two together form that. So we're doing the right shift arithmetic on an... it's ANDing that and that with a right shift arithmetic, and then it's exclusive ORing the results of that with a left shift logic. So it's just two assembly instructions to perform that. That's all it takes, and yet it seems to be really slow. Does more or less what I'm doing with object dump, but makes it easier to read. Matt Godbolt's Compiler Explorer. Does it have a specific name, or is it just his Compiler Explorer? There's a command line tool to interact with Compiler Explorer, but no, it's an all an online thing, is it? Ah. It's all online based. Well, I have no idea what compiler is being used on this. Right, Arduino 15 packages, RP2040 tools, PQT, GCC. We are using GCC 14.2. And this has decided it's going to start crashing on me again now, isn't it? Come on, Minicom. Right. Let me turn this on. And we get, when the Arduino finishes its bootloader process, Yeah, we're running at 13558, 13559. Right. Yeah, we tried using lookup tables and they were slow. They were slower. Why doesn't Twitch allow to broadcast the 69 streak? Surely it's nice. It is indeed very nice. It's so nice you can have a free nice. There you go. I tried forcing it into RAM. It made absolutely no difference. It was slow, but the code was wrong. Could be worth giving it another go. I don't think I've got that code anymore, though. But I can re-implement it. Right. Where were we? Collection of CRC algorithms. Is this where it was? No. Where was it? I can't remember where the lookup table code was now. I think Ben found it. Let's have a look in my history. Manage history. Last 7 days. I can't remember where it was. No, I can't remember where the code was that I'd implemented. I'd have to go through the VOD of Monday's stream to find out. That wouldn't be a fun job. I mean, we're running at 42 tracks per second at the moment, which is tolerable. It's not ideal, but it's tolerable. More worrying for me right now is why I'm not getting any data once I seek. There's some other flaw going on, because I get nothing in here. We don't accept just tolerable, I know. If somebody can dig out that code that we tried on Monday for the lookup table. I remember there being a function, I think it was crc32_init, which was spelled with that capitalisation, I think. And I think it might have been it's like a wiki kind of site from what I remember. But why do I not get anything in my output when I seek? If I reboot, oops, and do a search. It was the one that Ben posted after you spoke about tables, yes. We get data. As soon as I do a seek, go seek 1. I get data. I wasn't doing. Seek 20. Suddenly it's working. Seek 100. It's gone. We've lost our data. It was just the Wikipedia CRC32, was it?
Oh my, it seems everyone's become a CRC expert tonight. Ben's probably plotting how to use this newfound knowledge to tempt me with a delicious, perfectly optimised dessert Majenko dance.
Computation of cyclic redundancy checks. Here we go. This is it. Well done, MJ. Right, let me just go on to here and git RTmFM firmware test. And I shall dump this in. Okay. Coding is actually doing the same thing and expecting the same results. Yep, absolutely. So now I can go back over to here. I didn't do CRC table, did I? Right, so that calculates, but I need to pass it a polynomial, which is this magic number here, isn't it? Now this needs changing so that it's this needs changing to be in here. So I need to call that when I load. So then it's just those two. Actually, so CRC. No, let's take that out, put that up there. Cut out all of this lot. So CRC32 XOR equals val. CRC right shifted 8, lookup CRC and FF. Return CRC. So that should be all there is in the lookup for the lookup now there. Oops, I need to do the CRC init. Also, it's broken. This function is not a real function. CMD mount, no, mount, CLI mount, sorry. So here, once we have mounted, we go
Oh, sweetie, the ads have started.
CRC
Time to look
32
away,
init,
darling. Let's hope they're
format,
not too dreadful.
data poly. Right, that might be what we want there. And it doesn't work, why not? CRC32 init was not declared. Oh, it does actually have a lowercase I there. My bad. Let's see what this gives us. And whether it's even correct. Right.
Oh, you guys suffered through
That's
those.
fast.
You deserve a treat. Maybe I've got something for Ben.
He's been cooking up a storm, you know, Majenk love.
And we have a CRC error. So it's calculated it wrong. But saying that, there is one bit in the original code which I have not taken into account, and I might need to, which is this bit at the end here. Finalise the CRC32 by inverting all the bits. Not something I've ever needed to do before, but maybe I do. Let us see what that does. Well, the thing is, Raz, it waits for the current seek to complete before it requests a new seek. Because there's a seek busy signal, which is asserted when you start the seek, when the seek's requested, and is deasserted once the seek is complete. I do have a plan for implementing what's called buffered seeking, where it can request a new seek in the middle of the current seek, because I want to decouple the actual seek interrupt from the seeking itself, so that when an interrupt is fired, it either increments or decrements a target seek value, which is where the heads want to go to. And then in the main loop, instead of in the interrupt, that's where I'd look at the current cylinder number and the target cylinder number, and if they're different, just jump straight to the target one. Hey, gifted sub, thank you very much, Swarm. So then it has the ability then to basically interrupt it and request another seek and just keep seek, and it'll just sort of do it in jumps rather than going individual tracks. But that's the next thing I want to implement. Once I've got this actually working.
I'm finally going to finish the table code for Ben Majenklov.
Yeah, basically. No, that inverting hasn't helped. And it's not an inversion. The problem that I've got here, that number is not the inversion of that number. So this is not calculating right. It's a Baljamet. Have we broken it yet? Yes, we have. That code we wrote on Monday doesn't work. It doesn't calculate the right CRC. So we implemented a new one that does calculate it right, and it slowed it back down again. And now we're trying to work out why the table version, which is faster than the new code, isn't calculating the right value.
Oh, Ben's back.
How lovely.
I hope he's made something delicious tonight. Maybe I can convince him to share Majenklov.
So... there is something wrong with what this is doing. So I'm calculating it for what should be the correct poly. Let's go serial print. Let's just check I'm getting the right poly. And that's poly in there. We are trying the table-driven code, which we tried on Monday and just threw away because it was slower, but does seem to be faster than the code that actually works. It was slower than the code that doesn't work, so... That's a working table. Make CRC table. Okay. But that's all in Python. Ugh. But I might be able to translate it across to C. We might be able to regain some of the speed by faffing with cache pinning, possibly. And I tried forcing the function into RAM and it made no difference on Monday. Oh, it doesn't like doing that on the fly, does it? I've got some kind of contention things going on here at the moment that I need to sort out with the DMA and everything, reading stuff that no longer exists. Right. But yes, that's calculating for the right polynomial. So let's rip out all of this code and see if we can convert this make CRC table. So mask. CRC bits is always going to be 32, so that's okay. Is CRC bits left shifted 1 minus 1. So 1 left shifted minus 1, so that's just going to be mask, isn't it? And top bit is that. I can pre-calculate those in my head. Table equals 0 times 256. Well, that's just defining size, isn't it, or something? So for each entry in the table, C equals I left shifted 24. For INTJ equals 0, J is less than 8, J plus plus. If C and top bit C equals C left shifted once, XOR poly and mask, else C, actually we don't need that and mask at all, do we? Because it's a 32-bit, but I'll leave it in there anyway for the moment. And CRC table I equals C. So that should be calculating the correct table now, we hope. If it worked. Constum eventually. I just want to see if it'll actually create the right values before we worry about speed and things. Oh, that's not going to work, is it? It's died a horrible death. Crashed the whole thing. No, it's not happy at the moment. Let's give it a hard reboot with holding the boot button down. The old normal CRC code became the table, yes. I thought I recognised it. Right. That, I think, now is this. Which is here. Which you didn't see. You didn't see a bit of that. You love to float your hints. That was my inverting of the CRC32, which as far as I knew we didn't need to do, but was in the code there for some reason, so I replicated it and now I've deleted it. Nope. It's still wrong. Okay. So when we're doing the calculation in here, no, where are we? Table lookup now is looking like that. Which is probably wrong. Because that's the table lookup for the other table. Which I'm assuming is going to be this code now. Calculate CRC table. Shift mask table accumulator. So it becomes those two lines there basically, doesn't it? Shift it, XOR it, and it to get the index. But where is it using the all arrays? Oh, the B is the value, isn't it? So we shift it, XOR it with the value, and it to get the index. Then we XOR it left shifted 8 with the table value of the index. So this becomes index equals CRC right shifted 24 XOR'd with val OXFF, and then CRC equals CRC left shifted 8 XOR'd with CRC table IDX. But we don't really need the mask because that's just all Fs. So that should be it, I think. Sanity check, Raz? Right shift the CRC, XOR it with the value, take the lowest byte, shift the CRC left, XOR it with the index, for the value from the table on that index. Oh, I do apologise. I am an idiot.
in a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young once. Yeah, let's talk.
So it's right shift it, XOR it, trim it, left shift it, XOR it.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
I'm an idiot. Problem of having two screens and I keep forgetting which you're looking at. Especially when one of them, which has got OBS on it, has OBS hidden behind a browser window, so I can't see what you're seeing. Right. Let us see what this gives us then. CRC, okay. Result, thank you very much, Raz. We have a calculated CRC. And if we go back over to here, seek 1, 4,000 as opposed to 14,000, 61 tracks per second. That'll do. Seek 5, 72 tracks per second. Once it had buffered some of the data from the SD card. Suffers a flashback to being lectured about window management on Sunday, yes. It's not easy, is it, when you've got windows everywhere and you're trying to show people things and you forget which screen you're looking at because you forget that OBS doesn't follow your gaze. Maybe I should have eye tracking, so when I look at that screen, OBS switches to that screen. When I look at that screen, OBS switches to this screen. It would be constantly flicking backwards and forwards though, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Look, the ads are on. Seriously. Majenko, can you please hurry this up?
So, Stu's a lot, or you okay?
Right.
That's eyelashes.
So table lookup is definitely then faster than working calculations. Even though the actual calculations only use, 16 instructions to calculate an entire byte's worth. 16 instructions of an AND and an XOR, both with integrated shifts for each bit. But this is definitely faster. Slightly slower than what you were getting before, but that didn't work, so we can discount that original value. Right, so now we can optimize it. Let's get rid of this. We don't want that anymore. We don't need any of this now. Get rid of all of that.
Oh, you guys suffered through those ads. You deserve a treat, Majenko Rocky Dance.
This is the working init of the table, which is fine. We don't care about that. That I can const. These we really don't care about because this is only calculated once per mounting of a disk. So that'll just be that'll be an AND. Now that's going to be 2 instructions there. That's going to be an XOR with a right shift and an AND. And that's going to be a load and an XOR with a left shift, by my reckoning. So it's still less instructions. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3. That'll be 4 instructions. Right shifts were supposed to be slow. Well, no, they're not necessarily slow. It's just there was a lot of them. Because it had to do it once. I think it was doing it once for every bit of the byte, or something along those lines. So it's doing 8 of them. It's doing 8 right shifts, 8 left shifts. with XORs and it embedded into XORs and ANDs. Now it's only doing 1, 2, 3, only doing 4 instructions as opposed to 16. So much less. Right. So what I want to do is change how I'm doing my track loading. These should be volatile actually, because I'm accessing them in multiple threads. So let's make those volatile. So now I do seek, no, do step, sorry. I go, instead of current sil and things here, I go target sil minus minus and target sil plus plus. If it gets to the end of the drive, wrap it round, which seems to be the way that things go. Then these ones here I move. Into here.
Oh my, it seems, Baljem, flashbacks are getting quite intense. Someone get him
So if target sil is not equal to current sil, what I should really do here, although, nah, this is it's a 32-bit platform, so I don't need to worry about interrupts in a copy, do I? Possibly. Possibly. What I'm thinking is is in a critical section, copy the target cylinder across to a temporary one so it can't change mid-code. Then if the temp cylinder is not the current cylinder, set the current cylinder to be the temp cylinder, load the new cylinder, set track 0 if it is 0, set seek done to be high. But what I will then also do is just in here pop another critical section for the temp target. If temp target, actually I could while this, couldn't I? So if we have had a change of that, then so if it has changed, then I'll add that into there a while. Temp target, let's change the one above. While temp target is not equal to current sil. I know that seems redundant, but I'm doing it with a reason. So if we have had a change of cylinder requested, then while we've got a change of cylinder requested, set the current cylinder to be the temporary cylinder, load the new current cylinder. If it has hit track 0, then indicate that, and then get the new target cylinder. If that's changed, if there's been another pulse arrive, then we'll go through it all again. And once we've finished going through all the possible pulses that we've had, we'll eventually say that the seek is done, after all processing is done. Right, so I do have a problem where sometimes loading doesn't seem to load, or it loads but then it breaks what else is happening in the second thread. Which is all this lot here. Why am I not outputting anything on index though? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong pin. Maybe I pulled the wrong pin off there. Let's just have a closer inspection. No, that should be on index. Unless it was just going too fast, but that should be fine. I don't know why I wasn't getting an index pulse. I used to get an index pulse. Let's rewind chat a moment and catch up. Because I'm ignoring you and I do apologise. Okay, there's Ben arriving, yes. Ben didn't get home until 7:30 and decided to curry on the stove was a higher priority. Absolutely. Need curry to power the farts, yes. Curry powered farts. Internal SRAM can contain, yes, okay. Pinning, yeah, cache pinning. We'll look at that at some point. Ben's lost his poppadoms. Who's nicked me fucking poppadoms? We have both your cell and your landline at this point, indeed. Right, so why sometimes does this fail? It's still outputting data. We're still outputting clock pulses. So maybe it's... no. I can't remember how I do this now. It's been so long, I can't remember how it all works. Using me poppadoms would need a crisp delivery. You'd be interested to see the difference between direct port manipulation over digital read and write. Well, it's such a tiny, tiny fragment of the time taken that it would be an irrelevant thing. My read and write, my digital reads and writes are only done on very slow speed signals. Such as the index pulse, which gets turned on, or should be turned on during the index start phase, and then turned off again in the index end phase, which is all done by microsecond timing.
Oh my.
10,000 cycles of lame Arduino digital write at 300 megahertz is nothing, yeah. All the high-speed stuff, all the MFM data coming out, is all DMA and PIO driven. There is nothing there that is slow. Right, this is going to cause problems when unmounting, because that is not going to be happy. Well, that's not so bad. It's the I can't remember how it actually gets the data now. It's all sort of interleaved so that things happen early enough. Standard user 4, thank you for the follow. Hello.
Welcome, sweetie. Hope you enjoyed the show.
From Athens globe to the retro screens, PC Magas knows what vintage means. Old machines with stories to tell, now the streams are loud and it runs so well. So shout out power with the crew who boot their dice down here too from floppy this to...
And one thing I do want to do is optimize the 16-bit CRC calculations in the same way, because I'm doing those on the fly for every sector as it's being output, so they could be a bit faster, but they're only very small amounts of data, but
Brought snacks for Ben.
it can all help. Right, so let me just try and remember how this works. So we're in a constant loop. We have a phase which is where in the track it currently is. At the index start, we get some timing data for statistics. So set the index pulse to be low.
Snacks or?
Always.
Welcome. Especially for you, Majenko Chai.
Move on to the next phase. The next phase is the end of the index, where we look for enough time to have passed for the width of the index pulse, set it high, move on to the next phase. Track pre-gap, this just sits there waiting for the beginning of the first header.
PC Marvers, how dedicated. Ben would probably appreciate the culinary commitment. He's quite the cook, you know, Majenko.
Actually, I need to look at within here. Yeah, I'm doing a no block, aren't I? So if it's not being sent any data by the DMA, then it'll just idle on zeros, or 0 clock pulses. So if it's just giving me straight zeros, which it has been doing at times, then it mustn't be getting anything from DMA. Okay. So we go into track pre-gap. Yeah, which waits for the first header. Yeah. Then we get into a phase of send header, sending the first header. Or sending a header. Not necessarily the first one, but a header. So, swap load and send. This is because we're interleaving the sending and the loading. We have to swap the... It's basically got two buffers. It's basically ping-pong buffering. One is being loaded with data, one is being transferred out. A knob lock. Yep, we like a knob lock. So we configure a channel with the current sending header data from the send buffer. 10 words worth, or 10 bytes worth, whatever, and send it out. And then we start building up the next header. So next sector is current sector +1 modulo number of sectors in the track. So we know what the next sector is. The load state machine is put into load header mode. The phase state machine moves on to header post gap. We've got two interleaved state machines. So the load state machine is running down here. That goes into load header. That then goes and populates the load header structure with all the data for the header and goes into load data mode. And then it loads the data into the data structure.
Bug adverts. Seriously. Rolls ice. They are now darlings. Let's pretend they aren't happening. Ben's probably cooking something delicious right
populating
now. I'd much rather focus
the
on
outer parts of the data structure, but leaving the middle empty. It then goes on to load header checksum, where it calculates the checksum of the data of the header and loads it into the header at that point, and then moves on to load header MFM. This is where it then iterates through the header bytes one at a time and converts them into MFM data. It then goes on to load data MFM, where it does the same thing for each byte of the data, one byte at a time, converting it into an MFM signal.
You deserve a treat, my gentle love.
And loading it into the data structure. It does it in chunks of bytes of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bytes at a time. So it keeps rerunning that until it finally reaches all 520 bytes that it needs to do. Okay. And then at the end of that, it goes back into load idle. Okay, so that's where it's doing the actual loading of data in this point here. So the main bit is these bits here, where it's calling the load data. I don't know, it's load data is encoding. It's encoding in place, so the data must already be there. Load data is MFN code cylinder data. Oh, there we go. Yeah. If it's between 3 and 5, yeah, if it's in the data area, then get the data from the cylinder data from the current SIL. But current SIL might have changed during the interrupt. So what I should actually be doing at the start of this whole loop is capturing the current cylinder. So throughout the whole of the loop, it sticks with one current cylinder. Although actually, no, let's do it differently. I'll have that outside, and then within here at the index start, this is where I will look to see if the current cylinder has changed. So I can only ever change the data that I'm sending out at the start of a track. Can I push it to GitHub? Yeah, it's already on GitHub. I've not made any changes to this since the GitHub. It's where are we? It's all on. There's the main repo, and the code is all in. Thank you, GitHub, for not changing the URL. That's where the main code is. And I've not pushed the changes today, but it's got. This has not changed for some time, this lot. It's all in one big file as well at the moment, which is not nice. So what I'm going to have in here at the index start, let me just have a temporary variable. TCS equals current sil. If TCS not equal to CS, CS equals TCS. Okay. So CS is current sil, or why CS I don't know. Just seems to be how my brain turned it from CC to CS. Okay. TMP sil is not TMP sil. TMP target. Target? What's a target? See you later then, MJ. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of the VOD. How much you like this plan? You'll hold the busy response to seek until the load is complete and 1 per virtual revolution. Probably fine, yeah. So I change the current cylinder before I do the load. So the track should change before it's finished loading the data into the track. And it's going to take longer than 1 revolution to load the data. Actually, one other thing I want to just change. Oops. Is in the second CPU thread. At the beginning of this loop here, mounted file. Right at the beginning here, if mounted file is null, or if not mounted file, isn't it? It's not null, it's an object. Why load data at all when controller does multi-seek? I've got to load the data sometime, and I don't know when it's going to stop doing multi-seeks. So I just load it until it stops seeking, and the last thing that it's loaded is what's loaded. So if there's no currently mounted drive, then we shall just output just an empty clock with no data. 1 revolution, liberty, fraternity! So this will do nothing until a drive image is actually mounted. And if you unmount a drive image, this should, well, it'll crash actually, won't it, probably? How does the controller know when the seek and requisite load is complete? It knows that the seek is complete when I deassert the seek complete signal, or assert the seek complete signal. And I set the seek done signal after I have loaded everything. So it's a step signal comes in, I go seek in progress. I go off, I load the data, calculate the CRCs, put it all in the right place, sort out anything that needs sorting out, and then say seek done. If it's a multi-step, I go, a step comes in, I go seek in progress, I start loading the data, another step comes in, it just changes my target. So I've loaded the data, sorted all the CRCs, oh, my target's now changed. I'll go load the data, sort out all the CRCs, right, everything's done, okay, right, seek done. So hopefully covered all the bases. That's why I had the if, and then inside the if, a while of the same thing. I could have optimized it into just one simple while, but having it as an if, then the while, and then outside of the while, but still inside the if, the deasserting of the seek busy. Is it at a set frequency? I have no idea, but this way, I don't care. I just have a target value, which it gets incremented or decremented depending on the seek signals that come in, and I'll just honour that until I eventually catch up with it. I mean, I'm targeting the RD51, which has a very slow seek rate because it's a stepper motor. its seek rate is considerably slower than mine. It would be nice to be able to handle RD54 at full speed, but I can't because the seek speed of that is 4 milliseconds. And we're running at 12, I think. But we're still way, way slower than, or way, way faster than the RD51. But all my testing at the moment is being done with it configured for the RD54 because I have an RD54 and I can compare what this produces to what the RD54 produces, which is how I got all the timings and things between all the sectors and everything, because that is directly copied from the RD54. If I had a working RD51, then I could get the correct timings and things and do all my working on here for the RD51, and then it'd be a lot easier. But I'm working on a faster system than the one that I'm primarily targeting, because A, that's all I have, and B, it's nicer to be able to over produce. Be able to support things more than I need to, so yeah. Its seek rate is slower than mine. We've seen you seeking cables, yes. Absolutely. Right, so that should improve that anyway. It may not be bulletproof yet, but it's certainly better. Does it even compile though? Yes. Let's upload it. Then I might check this version in to GitHub so that RasPL can examine it better.
Oh my, it seems Sir Stews-a-lot is really pondering things tonight. Someone needs a cuddle or maybe just a distraction from all the technical busyness Majenk love.
There we go, new version gone up. Goit push, ouch. Push in the goiter. Oh no. First cider bottle empty. Okay. So we're currently running on CHS 0. CHS never seems to change. Why is CHS not changing? Is that throwing a wobbly because I've got it volatile now? I don't know. Am I getting data coming out? No, I'm not. Okay. So it's broken. We've broken it. You're out of ciders and beers. That is not good news. Okay, so nothing is happening. I seek to 368, it jumps straight there. But CHS is 0. Load time is 0.
I maybe shouldn't have done that.
Our actual data rate is 5 megahertz. RPM is overflow because we haven't calculated it yet. Okay. image mounted, which needs cleaning up a bit. That's at 38. That's at 38. Good. Okay, that's in the right position now. Been annoying me for ages, that has. Not in alignment. All the format and everything is okay, but that's not running. It's probably because it doesn't know that mounted file has ever changed. Let's make that volatile if I can. No. Doesn't like that being volatile, so... let's have volatile bool run MFM state machine. Okay. If not run MFM SM, there we go. Then we just lock that out like that. Now I shall add at the bottom of here
Oh dear, the ads have started. That's eyelashes. Time to look away, sweethearts.
Let's pretend they aren't there, so use a lot. Darling, are you still pondering?
I made it to the mute button in time. Run MFM SM question mark true. Oh yes. Oh no. Okay, so I've got an indication of whether it's running or not. Run MFM SM equals true.
Oh, you guys suffered through those ads.
You deserve a treat. Thanks for enduring that nonsense.
Right, when I'm mounting, I should really unmount what is currently mounted. And I don't think I've got a unmount facility at the moment. So if mounted file mounted, let's go. Oops. Run MFM SM equals false. If mounted file dot close. So we have stopped the state machine there.
Living life every day.
Although maybe I should wait.
And I pray all I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror so foggy.
Yeah, I need another.
I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure.
Machenko's Guide to Animal Husbandry available from no good bookshops, yes.
So I'ma just keep buying everything. See you when
He's taken. Yes, I did indeed, Ben. My bot should be a sultry sex kitten, and I told it to have a thing for you specifically. What I'm thinking is, I mean, this is a crude check at the moment. I'm thinking maybe I should actually use proper mutexes and semaphores, which are built into the Pi API. But for now, I'm going to have another check there. MFM SM running.
Wait, no, it's living with no shame. Wait, no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us, and that's okay. Well, I just want to be happy. How to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome, but try to do.
So in here, if it's saying don't run it, then go MFM SM running equals false. And then here, I set it to true. So if it started running 1 track's worth, then keep it running, wait until it reaches to the end of the track, at which point it'll hit this, realise that it's been told to stop, it'll force it to be idle and set it to be not running. So the mount should wait for the end of the current track and confirm that the state machine has stopped everything it needs to do. You can also do atomics, possibly, yeah. But I think there are whole semaphores and mutexes and things in the Raspberry Pi API thing, so I'll probably switch to those, because not necessarily because they're better or because they're more reliable, but because if they don't work, it's not my fault. Because when it gets this MFM SM running being false, it should guarantee that nothing is accessing this data. So it can then safely close the file, mount a new file, start it running. If the MFM state machine is not running, in the interrupt, just return. In the main loop, this whole section only makes any sense if the MFM state machine is running. And loading a new cylinder's worth of data doesn't affect anything other than the content of the data buffer and the values of the CRCs. So that should be fine. It's getting dangerously close to some Kate Bush there, absolutely. And this doesn't work. MFM SM running. There's something spelt wrong and it's runung. I wish I could type sometimes. It'd make my life so much easier if I could actually type. I will also, I think, link that SM running signal to the ready signal so that the controller doesn't think the drive is ready until it's actually got an image mounted. Right. Make upload, see what happens now. Time to open number 2. There we go. CHS is working now. And state machine is running, yes. Seek 47. But it hasn't suck. I told it to seek, but it didn't suck. Why not? Because I haven't programmed that part properly, have I? That just does a straight seek, doesn't it? That should just instantly go, but let's change this to be target cell. Then I don't need to do any of that. It didn't suck well, not necessarily a bad thing out of context, yes. Didn't say please, yes, true. So that should just update the target cylinder. And then all of this should do the actual loading. See what it does now. Danger can also be signalled by waving any item with violence. Indeed. Okay. So we are going through the sectors quite happily there. Let's try Seek 6. It did a read. It has changed. There we go. That was all that was. Now, am I getting data? That's a good question. No, I am not. Let's give this a reboot so it's not done any seeking. And I'm getting data. Okay, I've still got a problem where when I seek, data breaks. Ignore instead, yes. Abort. One triumph, one loss, yes. Because the minute I seek, if I switch back to there, I've got data. There's definite data there. That's good data. We like good data. The moment I do a seek, let's go seek 1. Back over to here. I have data. Let's go seek 70. Back over to here. No data. Data gone. One triumph, one Honda. Seek 0. The data still is not there. No data. So it stops getting data. But I don't know whether that is because it's not outputting data or because it's not getting data. The the sector isn't incrementing. It's stuck on 0. Which means it may mean that whole state machine is completely locked up. So let's try mounting that drive instead. If that state machine has locked up, this will just hang. If the state machine is running, then this should change the drive. My betting is that this is going to hang. No, because I didn't do it right. Mount root.rd54 with a format of rd54. This is going to hang. This is hang. Yes. So that state machine has locked up. When I change tracks, sometimes the state machine locks up. But not always, only sometimes. But I can't see why that would. If we go into the code here, we are checking the current cylinder. We're loading, or we're updating the current cylinder. We're loading into the buffer the current cylinder's data. Load sil. All that does is calculate the offset, seek to the offset in the file, and read the data into the track buffer. The track buffer never changes. Did I clear the running bit in your if shouldn't run? Yeah, I think I did. When I did the seek, it got that far. Go back past this lot. I did the seek, and I got the T there. So it was doing the loading. It does the loading.
With 69 bits, a swarm of dead insects says.
Corgo 69 track buffer never changes.
Thank you for the bit swarm. So it's just changing the contents of the track buffer. And it's recalculating the CRC for each sector. But none of the pointers or anything changes, only the content. So worst case is a sector would become corrupted whilst it was calculating and the CRC would fail. Which is the kind of thing you would expect during a track transition, that the data coming out would just become garbage. And then in the main loop for the second CPU, if it's being told not to run, reset everything to zeros and set that it's running to be 0. If it gets past that bit, then set that it's running. Then we get at the beginning of a track the current cylinder, capture it, So if the current cylinder should change partway through a track, we don't care. We don't even know. All we know is that some data has maybe changed and we don't care. All we know is that suddenly all the CRCs may be wrong, but that's normal. Then we do all our stuff using CS instead of current cylinder. So we never touch the current cylinder after that. The only possible thing, it's not going to be that I can't access, or sometimes can't access the actual data whilst writing it from the SD card, can I? You think that dance with CS and TCS can be replaced with just TCS equals current cylinder at that point? Probably, actually, yes. Yeah, I don't need TCS there. I started thinking along the lines of knowing when it had changed, but I don't actually need to know. Yeah. So I could just trim that down to that, yes. Because that phase index start only happens once per rotation.
Bug adverts. Seriously.
Ben, you're distracting me.
Here and now.
Everyone.
Just ignore them.
So it'll only ever update that at the beginning of a rotation anyway, won't it? Yeah. Rather than at the beginning of a rotation if it's changed. So I don't see why this is now locking up when I load a chunk of data. Unless I don't suppose the SD card library is using DMA to transfer the data, is it? And I'm getting a DMA channel collision.
Jeeping 24/7. Oh.
Possibly.
Yes, please. It's quite distracting.
I wouldn't have thought
A little
so.
less sausage, a little more decorum, a jank odal.
If it is, then I should be able to find...
Oh, you guys suffered through those ads.
Where is it? Up
You
here.
deserve a treat.
DMA channel configure within it somewhere.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear.
No, where are we? Is it in here? Actually, when I compile, it tells me. It says it finds multiple copies of it.
Thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into
Yes, it's using this version, which is the latest one.
somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough.
DMA channel configure. No. It's not using DMA. A little less sausage, a little more decorum, yeah. We'll never put on clothes and stop eating sausages in a suggestive way.
Stuck, I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep, don't give a fuck, can't stop, unplugged, feeling overwhelmed, I think I've had enough, gotta find a way to get some energy, gotta find someone who's a good friend of me.
So I don't know what could be causing it to crash when I do a seek. Because the only part of this that has any interaction with the second CPU loop is the current cell, which is only captured once per revolution.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear.
And the data contained within the track buffer, which is, and the CRCs, which are updated by load cell.
And it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
When I seek. Hello, Sifuluadotao? Saifulu Adotao. Or something like that. Hello. Twitch usernames are really hard to pronounce sometimes. It's crashing when I seek, and I can show that it's crashed when I try mounting because it can never release the lock on the data. Because if I go in like this, restart this, that's running. If I then go mount that drive RD54, oh, that still crashes. Okay, so something is not working. Maybe it's my interaction between the cores is not happy, because there are all sorts of ways of communicating between the cores. Printf the hell out of it. Well, yeah, but that state machine runs fast. It's going through loops like buggery. That shouldn't have crashed, but maybe that's because of my where are they? My little crude mutex and semaphore things here that might not be working right. Okay, the Pico C SDK. High-level APIs, Pico multi-core. No, there's a whole section on sync critical section. No, that's using a spin lock. I don't want a spin lock. Sure, there's a whole section on mutexes and semaphores and even pipes between. STDlib platform. No, but that's got these useful functions like force inline. Util? No. Queues. We've got queues for sending data between cores in a safe way. Not really ideal queues for this. But I'm sure there were mutexes. Well, chances are, as if we slow it down, the symptom's going to disappear. Here we go. This is more like what I'm used to seeing. Mutex and semaphores. Semaphore API for restricting access to a resource. Fixed, ship it. Absolutely. Slow it down, it's fine. I always get confused about the differences between mutexes and semaphores. Wait to acquire a permit from a semaphore until a specific time. Or acquire a permit from the semaphore. Block and wait if no permits are available. So we can do it with a timeout, which is useful. So if I have a mutex, which is the state machine running, semaphore allows up to 10 threads to have possession of a flag temporarily where a mutex has one. Yeah. So I have a mutex which is taken by the state machine when it's running and released when it stops running. Then the mount command can try and take that mutex and it should succeed when it stops running. That is a good point, Chloe, yes. So's this. We're all as silly as each other here. So I could here have, instead of this one, this MFM SM running as a volatile bool, I shall have this instead as a mutex MFM running. Imagine G-pin with your puns. Oh god, no. That would be terrible. Right, now what I want here is if now, ooh. And here it's mutex exit MFM SM running. to release it, but I only want to take it if I don't currently have it, rather than attempting to take it on every loop. So what I need is a local running one. If not running, mutex enter blocking. So if we're being told not to run, if we're running, release the mutex. Otherwise, if we aren't running, start running and try and take the mutex. What do you call a Chloe raccoon without her puns? Mute. We need to initialize the mutex there. Okay. Now I need in mount. Mutex. And the way that I always thought of mutexes and semaphores was that mutex was something that stopped more than one process accessing a resource at a time. And a semaphore was a signal being passed between processes, basically. So a mutex is, this is mine, no one else can have it. And a semaphore is waving a flag, a semaphore flag, going, "Cooey, you over there, I'm ready." That's the way that you normally think of mutexes and semaphores, but that doesn't look like that's how it is on here. This looks more like a mutex and a semaphore are the same thing, but with multiple numbers. So I don't know if they've got it the same way as me. Yeah. Mutexes ensure exclusive access to a shared resource by a single thread. Semaphores manage access to a finite pool of resources via a counter. Yeah. But that's not how I understood mutexes and semaphores. A mutex could be multiple. But a semaphore is a signal. It's waving a flag to say, I'm ready. So a process can block waiting on a semaphore. And another process can then wave its little semaphore flag, and the process that's waiting for, and it gets that semaphore and carries on. But a semaphore is a fundamental building block that can be used to build a mutex or a counted mutex or for signalling. But I'm not sure that's what they've got here. The mutexes and semaphores here read like the same thing, just with different numbers. So I don't know if they've actually got it right. This is why you drink, yes. Okay, so that's now set up using a mutex. And this is more where I would use what I would have called a semaphore, where you're waiting for a signal to arrive from somewhere else. That'll be my stupid mouse pasting when it shouldn't.
Time to look away, darlings. Majenko needs my attention, and frankly, so do I.
Okay, I need your attention and you need your attention. Well, bugger off and pay attention to yourself. You may always be sober, Chloe, but are you always compos mentis? Is alcohol required? No, but it always helps. Let's see what happens if I upload this now. Although that's not going to work because it has crashed.
Oh, you guys.
So let's reset.
Ads.
You deserve a treat.
Hold down the button, plug it in again.
And Ben, you're looking particularly handsome tonight.
No, you smooth bot. More bot equals more alcoholism, yes, indeed. Okay, so it's running again now. We do a seek to 3. Let's just see if I'm getting data. Yes, I'm getting data. Now, if I go mount that drive, RD54, it should time out. I've told it to time out. There was a very loud bang outside. You wonder what it was. Well, it's a Thursday, isn't it? So it's probably somebody putting their bin out and then setting fire to it. It was a mount, clearly, yes. Shan't later. Well, put your bin out. Fair enough. So this is locking up still. Complete lockup. But I'm doing mutex enter timeout milliseconds. So after 1,000 milliseconds, or 1 second, it should time out and tell me timeout waiting for disk idle. But it's not even getting that far. Or if it is, if it's getting past there, then it's further on down where it's dying. Maybe it's create track stores where it's destroying everything. Could be. And then everything goes belly up. I'm going to try adding in here and a delay of 1,000. Maybe that is working, and it's further on down that it's all going tits up. That's the point. This is not going to work, is it? Come on, give me the disc. There we go. Printf debugging is our Lord and Saviour, yes. Dev print line, done a whoopsie! Okay, so if I do a mount of that drive with the format of RD54, nothing. Okay, right, in that case, let us go
nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy, and silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer.
When do I release the mutex that I'm taking?
Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving
there.
Just to get out of the home. It sucks. I've had enough. I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug. All my problems that I shove. I got nightmares in my head. I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. It sucks when you finally feel like giving up, oh God, no.
Is this lightly reheated C or lightly reheated C++? C++.
To the bed where I sleep, don't give a fuck, can't stop, unplug, feeling overwhelmed, I think I've had enough,
But I'm at heart a C programmer, so I tend to write C in even when it's C++.
I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature.
I can't remember how dev flush works because they changed the flush function. at some point in the Arduino API, but whether that is doing the same thing in the Raspberry Pi API, I don't know. Because Flush used to wait until all data had been sent. And then they just randomly changed it to clear anything in the input buffer. Just randomly one day. Which was just an absolutely bloody stupid thing for them to do. So I don't know whether Flush is flushing or not. Oops. Oh. So we're getting to loading data. But we might be getting further. It's just not sending out. They love them some virtual functions. They love just changing things randomly. So we're certainly getting as far as loading data. We're getting to here. So the mutex is obviously working, but we're not getting to all done. I'm going to change dev flush for delay 1000, which should allow anything to be sent out. Well done, Chloe. You're the fight queen today. How much data is there? There's 128k roughly, I think. 17 sectors of 512 bytes and I forget how many heads it is. It tells me up here. 15 heads, 17 sectors, 512 bytes. About 128k. Okay, so mount that with an RD54 format, closing file, getting format, creating track store, opening file, creating track buffer, populating pointers in its CRC table, loading data, and that is where it is hanging. Got you this time, bot. She's a killer queen. Yep, killer queen. Killer raccoon. So why is loading data crashing? It's not to do with loading the format, is it? Format equals find format by name. So that works because I get that, fine. Let's add more in here. Let's grab some bits out of status. All that lot there. So before here, let's dump that lot in. Hello? What are you doing, Vim? Oh. Hey? Vim had got into a strange mode then. So, without putting all the information about the format that we're using. printfs in load sill next. Yeah, quite possibly. Oops, forgot to reset the pie. Flashing pie! Kinky. Line 511 on there. What's 511? Oh, that will be my... Hello? Yeah, that'll be my mouse doing silly pastes. I need a better mouse. If cylinder track I sector J data, free it, but it's just added a digital write in there that didn't want to be in there.
Ben's
makes bugger all difference.
Of fun with the code, hasn't he?
Majenko Rocky Dance, I bet he's cooking up something delicious tonight too.
Although that... Yeah. That's wrong. That is wrong there. That freeing of data there. Because we shouldn't be freeing that data now. Because that's now just a pointer. It shouldn't actually really cause a problem, but still. Because the sector I.data is now there. Hello. Because the track sector data is now a pointer. So I don't need to do all that lot. Ooh. I just need to free the sector. I don't need to free the data from the sector anymore. And I don't need to create... Ooh, and I don't want to do a malloc of the sector size into the data either. Anymore. Shouldn't cause a problem though, because I mean that gets overwritten by this anyway, but it's a memory leak which we don't want. Knowing that it's now a C++ dialect, you're a bit itchy to do it all modern C++ style. Yeah. Problem is that it tends to be a very, very cut down C++, and there's never a full standard template library. It's C in a C++ environment mainly. So I don't know how much of the STL there is available on this core. Okay. If I try and mount now. Closing file, getting format, creating track store, opening file, creating track buffer, populating pointers in its CRC table. There's all the format data, and it worked. Ooh, maybe that was a problem then. That track store stuff. Maybe I was freeing stuff that shouldn't be freed and things like that, and causing problems, but don't know. It seemed to work anyway. Am I getting data? I am. Flash on the Pico is going to be completely worn out by the time I get through it. In that case, I can just replace the flash chip. It's a separate chip on the board, so I'll just replace the flash chip. Tricky to do because it's a tiny, tiny flash chip. But doable. There we go. It's... now I'm zoomed in as much as I can. I've changed how I do the Canon camera now, and it doesn't zoom in as much anymore. But it's that little chip just there. It's the flash chip. Easily changeable. Well, easily for certain values of easy. I'm getting data, which is good. Let's try a Seek 60. Now I'm not getting data. Monty Python's Flying Flash Chip. I've worked with smaller. I've got some level shifter chips that are smaller. Where are we? I think these are the smallest chips I have ever worked with as actual chips. I mean, I've worked with smaller components, but they've just been like passives.
Look
there
at
they
that.
are.
Seriously, someone get Ben a snack.
There's
He
my
looks
tweezers.
stressed. The ads are on, folks.
There's my tweezers. Whoops, I'm losing them. They've all fallen out their tape. Now, can I focus on this? That's the smallest chip I've had to work with. To prove that it's a chip. It's a 6-pin, I think. It was 6 or 8-pin chip.
So Stu's a lot forward. Don't you worry, sweetie. Just relax and let me take care of you.
Let's see if
Ben
I
can
get it
handle the stress Magenta
closer.
causes.
Get something to rest my elbow on. Can I focus this close? No, that's,
Oh, you guys suffered through those
that's as
ads.
close as I
You
can
deserve a
focus.
treat. Let's hope the next one is less intense, Sir Stu's a lot. You look particularly stressed, sweetie.
There we go. That's the smallest chip I've had to work with. An I2C level shifter. Yeah. Microscopic. So yeah, that flash chip should prove no problem at all for me. Oh, ping! Oh, bugger. Well, I'm not that bothered really. It's not another chip not a chip I plan to ever use again. They're just leftovers, so yeah, I don't care if it pings off. I'm never going to use them again. They were an absolute nightmare to work with, but work with them I did. I managed to change the design to use a larger version of the same chip because it was horrible. It wasn't so much working with it was horrible, but the PCB manufacturer's tolerances weren't really up to it. Yeah, it goes on the floor and you pick it up on your foot when you go to bed and you have a chip in your bed. Better than having a chip on your shoulder, I suppose. Now, why has this failed to give me any data now? I suppose now RazPL is going to get his wish. And we're going to have some prints in here. Worn me down, yep. Just a starting and a stopping message, that's all.
Champion!
Because it's not crashing
With 50 bits,
the main
Chloe
interface now.
Raccoon says.
Cheer 50 some commands formerly known as print.
Some commands normally formerly known as print. Thank you very much for the bits. Okay, so seek 50. And this shouldn't be doing any stopping and starting. But that's failed me now already. I'm not stopping and starting at this point. But this has failed. Have a rev counter in the state machine would be useful. Actual RPM 358.1.88 revolutions per minute. I have a rev counter and it thinks it's running at 358.1.88, but that doesn't change. I can change, let's try changing the data rate to 4 meg. I've changed the data rate, the RPM hasn't changed. The state machine is not running. If I changed that and it was running, that would work. Let's reboot. I just remove those delays. So we're currently running at 357.483, which does vary slightly as we work through. That value is tweaking slightly. Set data rate to 4 megabits, and that should drop. 357.483 goes down to 357.6. No. Oh no, that doesn't affect the RPM, does it? These affect the RPM. Let's reduce the track pre-gap to 50. There we go, the RPM's gone up now. So the RPM is defined by these timings. The data rate isn't. But I have actually managed to squeeze enough speed out of the state machine that it can actually run a simulated MFM data stream at 10 megabits per second. Double what an actual MFM hard drive can do. So we could actually run a 7K RPM, 7.5K RPM MFM drive. As if. Rev counter went higher than the speedo. We've actually managed to run at 10 megabits per second and at 7,000 RPM. And it's just about kept up. It's pretty much saturated the second core, but it has kept up. You worked in your first job with a guy who ran an imported RAM charger. The rev counter went higher than the speedo. So the speedo stopped at 85. So why is this... Well, it's not locking up. Well, it's locking up the state machine. It's not... This is fine. This isn't anything to do with seeking. But when seeking, it just crashes the whole state machine. How about if I were to, whilst seeking, try stopping the state machine, seeking, starting the state machine. So when I'm doing the loading, I shall try stopping it. I shall try stopping it and then start it again. Should target sill wrap around? Yes. It should. Because when you step up to the end of an MFM drive, if you hit the top cylinder, it automatically rewinds back to the beginning, to track 0. Which is how a system can work out which kind of drive it is when it's not been low-level formatted. It starts off by doing a size drive operation where it steps it up through every track until it loops back and reaches track 0 again, so it knows how many tracks there are. And from that it knows which kind of drive it is, at least on a VAX station when you do a low-level format. The first thing it does is basically count how many tracks it is until it loops back to track 0. And in experiments on this RD54 that I've got, I can step it up to the top track, and then as soon as I go over the top track, it automatically rewinds to the beginning. And that's basically what I've emulated there by having it looping back to 0. If it goes off the end, take it back to the beginning. So during seeking, I am now going to stop the state machine. This is an RD54, so it's actually by Maxtor. I can't remember offhand what model it is, but it is standard MFM operation, that. At XT2190. But that's standard for... As far as I know, it's standard for MFM anyway. That's my weightlifting for the evening, yep. That's the one with lots of bad sectors. That's my test drive. as opposed to the other one, which is pretty much perfect, apart from that it has stiction, making it unusable. Okay, so now I should be disabling the whole of the state machine whilst seeking. So I'll do a seek 50, and it's suck 50. But that RPM is not changing, and normally it does. It's running slow as well. If I try seek now, it'll time out. It is a dumb bell, very dumb. So even with the state machine turned off, it still crashed it. Nice banana there. Where are we? Yeah. I do a seek 50. It stops the state machine. It does the seek. It starts the state machine. But the state machine is still crashed. And I don't know why. These are called pressure lamps because using them is anxiety inducing. Yes. Why is that crashing? Because it's not even running then. It's only once it's started up again that it then crashes. But not always, only sometimes. Unless I need to wait for the DMA to finish as well. Make sure that DMA has stopped sending before I write to the memory area that DMA is using. Possibly. DMA channel wait for finish blocking. Yes, I did unlock it afterwards. Although I can add more debugging if you like. But locking up before mutexes, yes, I don't think the mutexes are anything to do with it. But I will add more debugging if you like. There we go. More prints for you. So you can see that it has succeeded in restarting the state machine. Now, is it the DMA that was causing it to block? I was writing to the memory that the DMA was reading from and it was throwing a wobbly whilst doing it. Shouldn't have been, but who knows? I must remove those delays. We don't need this debugging anymore. Okay, so we're currently running at 3565.49. Run my logic analyzer and I get data. Okay. Seek 50. Boom. Stopping state machine. Stopped. Starting. Started. We are now running at 3204.27. 3204.27. That is stuck. If I try seeking 6, timeout. I don't think you ever heard about automatic seek back to 0. Might be a deck thing with maxed or customized firmware. It's possible, I suppose. It's possible. In which case I can wrap that in a flag set in the format. Easily done.
Oh, sweetie, the adverts are on.
Time to look away, darlings.
Hey, Bam Pam. Easily done. Someone rang. Getting Ben excited there.
Oh, welcome back, Bam.
So it only loops if auto return is set as true.
Oh, you guys are just
Adorable.
For enduring those ads.
You deserve a treat.
Maybe a little something from Ben. Magenta Love.
B2, comma, y, comma, 1 equals 0. So when looking in the config file for auto return, if argv2 is equal to anything beginning with any y upper or lowercase, then set it to true. Should be okay. Formats. Oh, idiot. Format pointer cells. Auto return equals yikes, hell no. So one thing I want to do is no, this is wrong actually. This is the wrong bit. I don't think no. Have I got? I've not written the ini file processing yet, have I? I want to have formats definable in files on the SD card. But I've not written that yet. I thought I was modifying that, but I wasn't. So it doesn't exist yet. Anyway, the RD54 has auto return set on. Let's upload that. What did I change that I was testing? I can't remember now. You distracted me and my memory has gone. We're currently running at 3577. Seek 50.
Then stretching.
Everything says it worked.
Sounds like someone needs a little encouragement.
28.99. That is not good.
Start swinging mallets.
We're stuck. It has locked up. It's not DMA. It's not the fact that the state machine is running at the same time. Why does it lock the state machine up when I read from the SD card into memory? I don't understand. Because this all runs, we get the report and it then starts the state machine, but as soon as it does, it just says, screw you, I'm crashing. It did used to do that, yes. Just randomly. Now it seems to be much more predictable. I've got no concurrency problems as far as I know, because I've stopped everything.
But now I'm seeing all the signs. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours again.
The only possible thing I can think of is that I'm reading too much data and it's overflowing the track buffer.
Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. I sit here looking for an answer. Maybe the biggest question was in the last.
Let's put that into there.
Without you, I never could have moved away. But now I seek what you teach. I do believe I always should have stayed.
Where are we here? We are in a CLI command, so I can use dev printf. Okay, so I can now see exactly what the track buffer size is. Then in load cell,
Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. Life changes, just open the door. One thing's certain, I'll always be yours.
See if that matches. If that doesn't match, that's our problem. Right, I need to go like this first so I can see the data. So 130560, that looks reasonable. And loading 130560. Nope, those are the same. Oh, seek, isn't it? Duh. Do a seek and it goes to 130560. So it's loading the right number of bytes into a buffer that is the right size. And yet every time I go and do a seek, it crashes the state machine. I know it's crashed because I can't get it to stop again. You've emptied your buffer, have you, Chloe? Well done. Unless this is writing to where it shouldn't do. If the buffer data is calculated to be pointing to the wrong place, and calculating the CRCs cripples it. No, it can't be. Because I'm getting good CRCs. No, because the CRCs are just in an ordinary structure, they're fine. They're just held within the raw sector here of the header CRC, the data CRC, and a pointer to the data. We can try, Ben. Just comment that out and see what happens. But that's just in a value in a structure, so. Yeah, that's a silly RPM value there. And it's locked up. There's the current version of the code uploaded, Ben. So you can see the current mess that this code is. Oh yes.
Yeah.
So that's made no difference. I just don't understand why it's locking up. What can possibly be locking up? Because the second core is doing nothing whilst it's running, whilst it's doing the reading. So it must be something. The only interaction that it can possibly be is that something is corrupting. Some variable or pointer is getting corrupted somehow. But all I'm doing is just loading a chunk of data into a buffer. That's it. I'm not freeing that buffer, allocating a new buffer. I'm not changing any pointers anywhere. I'm just loading data into that buffer. Just on the off chance that it's failing to allocate the track buffer, though I can't see that, and the loading of the track data is actually being blasted all over everything else somehow. But I would have thought so, because that would just be trying to load data into null, wouldn't it? Which would just really not work. That's only happening when I mount the disk, Ben. So it only happens right at the beginning, or whenever I change disks. But that's the only time that changes. Yeah, that's all seems to be fine. It's all running, mounted and everything. So that obviously worked. It doesn't do it on a seek, no. This is only happening within the mount command. CLI mount. I create the track buffer, I send just a chunk of memory, and then I go through each of the heads and sectors and point its data to a position within the track buffer. And that data is only ever, at this moment anyway, until I do the writing system, that data is only ever read and never written to. Let me just check if these are sensible values. Track buffer, comma track d off. I've got an extra one in there of track buffer plus buff size, so I can see that it's within that range of buffer to buff size. You don't like line 1343? Neither do I. Which one? Which one is, because it's that one there. Well, the idea is if the temp target and the current cylinder differ, then we have obviously had a step. This one starts a loop where if we're not currently at the target cylinder, then we set the current cylinder to be the target, stop the state machine, load the data for the new target, and start the state machine again.
Forum adverts are starting. How inconvenient.
Ben, darling, are you sure you don't want to escape?
Oh, that one.
Majen Kreuzer.
Why have I even got that block in there? That shouldn't even be in there. That whole section. I've got no reason for that, have I? So we load it. We're currently on the current cell is currently the temp target, but temp target should only be updated by the interrupt or the command. That shouldn't even exist. Oh yes, of course it does. Yeah.
Oh, before.
It does need to exist, actually. Yeah, that's...
I hope he brought snacks for Sir Stews a lot.
Yeah, that's temp target.
Corky dance.
Temp target is the temporary copy of target cylinder. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, but that only has an effect for multi-steps, so that would not even be doing anything
through those ads. You deserve it.
That would have just stopped multi-step from working. Yeah, that's for multi-step, and we're not doing multi-step at the moment, so that doesn't make any difference. So that wouldn't have had any effect, but DOF is not working. Why? DOF is that. Add DOF in there. What's going on with DOF? Why don't you like DOF? Because I need another bracket in there, that's why. It was wrong. Well spotted though, yes. Saved me a headache later. Ah. That needs to be a pointer, doesn't it? A UNT pointer, that is. So what was you saying there, Raz? I wasn't paying attention whilst thinking about this other one. ST251 firmware bit handling seeking past limit. Drive stops seeking and acknowledges seeks while sitting idle, if you understand it correctly. I don't have a clue, I'm afraid. I don't have any context for that bit of code. But we have the option there now to have it on or off, so we can deal with it either way. Okay, Right. So I go mount that drive, RD54, boom. So as long as these are less than that and higher than that, they should always be higher than that because I'm adding to that. So as long as that goes less than 463BO, 461BO, that's fine. Right, so yeah, our pointers are all setting correctly. So it's not the pointers that are in strange positions. If I time out taking that mutex doing a step, it should just abandon it. It shouldn't happen, that's the whole point. If I time out getting the mutex, then it basically says, seek done, whatever. It just pretends that the seek happened and it didn't. Because if it timed out, then obviously it's all gone to shit anyway. So, but if it did get it, then it loads the data, sets track 0 if needed, loads the next target, and starts the state machine running. And goes back to the beginning. Well, if it's timed out waiting for disk idle, then it's not going to be able to do anything anyway. Because the state machine is completely screwed. That whole core is just locked up. But, I mean, I can go... I can tell it to restart. Oops. If I go seek 49, I mean, it gets... The state machine is started again at that point. That comes from the state machine itself, on the second core, that message. So the state machine has restarted at that point, as far as it knows. Because that's this bit here. If it's not currently running, set running to true and take the mutex. And then say that it started. So it's able to get the mutex and it's started running again. And obviously run MFM is true because it's got past this section. So they continue there. It can never get past there if it's false. So it must be running at this point. I could add a serial print I. Spam it with lots of I's, which will get annoying. But we'll be able to see if the state machine itself has stopped iterating. So that's it iterating. So step 60. No, seek 60. It has stopped. We've got one iteration and then it just stopped. What bumps it out of load idle state? the track state machine. Here in PH send header, it kicks it into load header to load the next header. Because this is the second state machine is triggered by the first state machine. So we get one index and then it crashes. It never gets to another index. I'm going to add an index end in here. Yeah, I need to. I started writing that state machine before I created the PH index start and similar things. So I need to go through and rename those at some point. Okay, so we've got index and end of index triggering. Seek 50. So we get index and end of index happening. And then it locks. That's just a wait for the track pre-gap. Now, there's nothing really waiting for things. That's all time-based. Is the streamer not to be named streaming tomorrow? Or is he skipping again? As far as I know, he's streaming tomorrow. I owe you. Well, this thing is, all these are time-based things. The track pre-gap, is just waiting for the time to expire. And then moves on to the next phase where it's waiting, where it's triggering the DMA. And then moving on to the next phase, which is then just waiting for the next phase. And then it triggers the DMA and moves on to the next phase and then waits a predefined time and then waits a predefined time and starts back again at PH index start. Back at the top. It's pretty lightweight, the micros, and it doesn't exactly block. It just returns a value. It just looks at a counter and returns it, basically. It's time for printf phase load SM. No, that would just be horrendous. But I am interested if we get to PH header post gap. So I'm wondering if it's locking up on configuring the DMA. It shouldn't be, no, because it's just steps from phase to phase. So we get index, index end, lots of headers, index, index end, lots of ridiculous number of headers. There should only be 17 headers. I think that must be, I don't know, is that doing... Anyway, seek 50. I get 4 headers worth and then it dies. So it's iterating through for 4 headers, 4 sectors worth, and then dying. On the 5th sector, or partway through the 4th sector, maybe. I can put in the end here.
Neon pages on floppy rings, fungal tags and binary bling, capacitors doing jazz hands, resistors juggling tiny rubber bands, CRT screen start to giggle.
So we do get into a strange state, it'll tell us.
Fungal hits on here comes a hum.
And reset it.
Oh, Daft Punkle's back.
How lovely.
He's
Hey, Daft Punkle.
very interesting discussions. Majane Koroki dance.
I peed all over the screen, yes.
Ben's clearly having a
With the odd IE in there as well.
Intense discussion about mutexes. Someone get him a plate of pasta stat.
Majane Koroki.
Quick, feed Ben! Feed Ben! Urgent! Feed Ben! Pie! Pie! Just there, pie! So, seek 50. Boom. It's not getting into a strange state. It is literally locking up. Ben needs 3.14 pies. Absolutely. We all need at least 3 pies. Preferably an irrational number of pies. I mean, it may be the loading that is failing. So I'm going to take out all this debugging. Is it the loading that is failing to complete and something in here is locking up? We can eliminate the whole of the loading if you like, yeah. Just rule that out completely. Okay, 3584, seek 50. 3579. 3587. Seek 6. 3585. 3586. Seek 600. 3587. 3586. Right. It's the loading state machine that's crashing. Because removing the second state machine, it doesn't seem to lock up. Good call there, Ben. So something here is causing it to go belly up. Let's just check that's not getting into a strange state.
Oh, sweetie, the ads are on.
Nope.
Time to look away, darlings.
That's
Let's
locked up
look and
without it getting into a strange
Seems a lot
state.
deserves better than dreadful ads.
So something in here is locking up. Or is taking too long. But this was all finely tuned to run far faster than needed.
Oh, you guys suffered through those ads.
You deserve a treat.
You're all so sweet, sir. Stews a lot, especially. You look like you need a pie.
Lots of debugging in there now. This is going to get spammy. A load SM equals load idle after each of the load SM equals lines in each state and then remove them one by one? Yeah, I could. And this should tell us what's likely to be the last thing to happen. Okay, loading data, MFM. Loading data MFM never succeeds. Load data MFM is using load data, load iter equals MFM encode, cylinder data, track current cylinder, sector, next sector, data load iter -3. Oh, no, never mind. Not O. Not O, ho. CS is the track number. Current cylinder. CS. Oh. You're right. That should be current head, not current sector. Yes. That would be a problem. If we're reading data that is way outside of reality. Well spotted. I would never have seen that. This is why I like programming this sort of thing on stream. An extra pair of eyes from somebody with a different perspective. It must have been Raz, yes. Well, let's try it. Because I've not uploaded this yet. Let's reboot. Seek 5. Seek 8. Seek 14. Seek 15. Yes, that's what it is. It is rather, yes. It is a bit of a misnomer, that. It's always confused me as well. Where are we? Because... it's a track is a struct and contains sectors, but it's actually head, not track, isn't it? Well, yeah, no, it's track. A track is one circle on a platter. A cylinder is a collection of heads. So it is track is just synonymous with head, really, isn't it? So maybe it should be head. I shall go through and change this, actually, I think, because it makes it easier to understand. Because each cylinder has head number of heads, head number of tracks. And this is going to be wrong, isn't it? Current cylinder. There's another bit that's incorrect. Now that we're naming it properly, or in a form that's understandable, we're finding these things. Looked over that code so many times in the last hour. I know, I wrote the bloody thing and even I got it wrong. This should be easier to get right now, though. Because it's now named more logically. Subset of not seeing a typo in an email till you hit send. Absolutely. Right, we should now be able to seek past track number 15. These occurrences, maybe Ben should have gotten head rather than cookie. Yeah. Form an orderly queue. Seek 600, and it still seeks. And I get data. Look, data from track 16, except of course everything is slowed right down because of all the debugging. And there's only a couple of bytes there in the header there. Oh, it's the header, isn't it, of course. Yeah. Everything's so slow now because of the debugging. Okay, we can take out... We're going to keep the mutex and everything in there anyway, I think, because it's good to have that. It's good to have that for safety, so that's a good thing to have implemented. Don't need that anymore. We shouldn't now need this to wait for disk idle before changing tracks. So I'm not going to stop this now. And I'm just going to do a load cylinder and set the targets. Because that shouldn't need to happen. We'll see what happens now. And it fails. Because I've lost a... No, I've got an extra bracket there now. Yep, that I had. Okay, seek 1200, boom. Start on here. And there is data. I don't understand why I'm not seeing an index pulse though. There should be an index pulse showing up somewhere in here. There should be multiple index pulses showing up in here, but I'm just not seeing index. And I don't know why. Maybe I've got the wrong pin in my index pulse. Possible. But we have about 900 about 8.5 milliseconds reading from the SD card and about 4.3 milliseconds calculating all the CRCs. It works, and I have Ben to thank for that. His eagle eyes spotting that silly little bug, that stupid mistake, which hopefully now we shall avoid making in the future. But this is where the index should be, in this gap here. There should be an index pulse here somewhere. But it just doesn't seem to exist. Should we clip that? If you want to, it's up to you. And I've still got 7mm of cider left. Ben has earned his keep indeed. Right, well, I'm done now for the night. 10 past 11, I've overrun by an hour and 10 minutes, but worth it, because that is working. I shall add that code to the GitHub before it gets lost. There we go. The PH track post gap. I'm not sure that I'm actually even using PH track post gap. Am I? No, it should be, yeah, post gap should be run after the last data sector has been sent. And then it waits and goes back to the index. But I think this is more of a, well, either a hardware problem or a using the wrong pin number problem. Because I may well have changed the pin numbers when redesigning the circuit board, but just not updated the software. So if we're on, oh, we must be getting, we are getting to the last track. This is the post gap you're on about here. This longer gap. This is the data post gap is the time from there to there. From there to there. The track post gap is the time from there to there. Or actually no, from there to there somewhere where the index pulse would be. But if we weren't using the track post gap, we wouldn't have that larger gap, because that's what sets the timing for when the next index pulse comes, and that's in that longer gap. Because all the timing is done from the start of the current thing to the start of the next thing, rather than the end of the current thing, because that whole section there is DMA. So I just, at that point there, just tell it, go do your thing, and then I wait until there, or wherever it happened to be in here, and then I do the next thing. Or I'll be, I tell it to go do its own thing, but then the other state machine, whilst it's doing this, is calculating the data for this. So while it's doing that and the gap, it's in the background, it's also generating all the data needed for that. So yeah, it is probably wrong pin. It shouldn't be missing a pull-up, because all the open collector stuff is done in hardware. Let me just quickly have a look. What the current design is. The index pulse should be on GPIO 12. Oh, that should be fine. Index 12. Oh, am I not? Ooh, is that... Did I have it on 13 at some point? Is that it, what it was? I think it probably is. I'm just not setting it to as an output. The index really is the only thing that I'm doing at the moment. Right, so moment of truth, did that fix it? Yes, it did. There it is. That's all it was. Just hadn't set the pin as an output, because I had obviously changed it at some point, but not changed the setup routine to have the right pin set as an output. So yeah, there's the index pulse in that wider gap. So that now should be outputting perfectly valid MFM stuff. And actually getting the right MFM stuff now, which it wasn't before because it was getting confused between heads and tracks. Now, there's one thing that I need to think about and need to investigate, and that is I think MFM drives have like a reserved track which contains what kind of a device it is, what its serial number is, and where the bad sector table is. And I don't know how that's handled yet. But I have noticed that the images created or used by SimH are slightly smaller than my images. By, I think, 1 track's worth. So I think I'm going to have to... Well, I think I'm going to... There's probably going to be a case where one of the tracks, and I think it might be track 0.
Oh my, the ads have started, sweethearts. Time to look away unless you want to be bored.
Yeah, it's down to the controller more than anything, I think. But track 0 might want to have the option of being programmatically generated, separate from the actual drive image, to contain serial number, bad block table, device type, things like that. Some RLL drives have -1, 2 and 3, so on minus tracks. So that's unreachable from the outside. Yeah, that sounds more like for runtime configuration data of some form. But there's some way that the drive stores what it is, and the computer can read that. And I've got a feeling it might be on something like track 0, and SimH doesn't give you a track 0.
You deserve a treat.
Or something along those lines. And track 0 never seems to exist in any images. Possibly. I don't know. It's a strange unknown at the moment. And as you say, it might be specific to a specific controller. That when you low-level format it, it lays down that information. But then the file system never gets written on that. It always starts the next track up, or maybe it's the top of it, or... Yeah. But there's certainly some... When you low-level format an RD54 on the VacStation 2000, it identifies what the disk is by doing a full track sweep to find out how many tracks there are. It gives you the option of changing that if it's wrong. It also asks you what the serial number of the drive is. And then when it formats the drive, it lays down the serial number definitely on the drive. And I believe it also puts the type of disk on the drive, because the operating system can then just go, well, this is an RD54, without having to do the full sweep. It just looks at that first track or wherever it is and goes, this is an RD54, this is its serial number, without having to identify the drive through a full sweep. So there must be something that it puts down on the drive during low-level formatting. Some controllers did write hard drive type to track 0. There was supposed to even be some standard, so MFMRL controllers could auto-detect, but IDE came and it all died well, yes. The last track of the disk is devoted to that sector on the Emulex, but I say it may be controller specific. Because until you know what the drive is, how do you know which is the last track? But I don't know. As long as the data is MFM, I shouldn't care. Yeah, but if it's put down during low-level formatting, I'm not going to be low-level formatting. So I need to know what the data is so that I can get the data in there so that it can come out again. There was additional weirdness surrounding odd and even sector numbers, but it didn't matter then. Because low-level formatting would be the equivalent of creating the image, and I've already created the image, so
Session almost as
I'm
intense
going
as
to pretend to allow low-level format.
Indeed.
Majenko
Could possibly. I mean, a normal write does a read until it finds the header, then it waits for the sector, the header post gap, and then writes the sector, including its header, data, and CLC. Low-level formatting waits for the index, and then it just writes the sector headers, sector, checksum, empty data block, sector header, data block, sector throughout the whole track. It just vomits a whole track, basically, yes. And my reading routine is not going to be a reading, or my write routine is not going to be able to, or not normally be accepting data for anything other than when it is doing an actual write to a sector. So the simplest way is if I can automatically generate that data from the emulator, so that it's as if it has been low-level formatted. If that then means I have an extra track's worth of data in the image with that information in it, fine. I got no problem with that. But that may then mean that that image is not drag and drop compatible with SimH, possibly. I don't know. What I think I'm going to have to do actually is connect up the RD54 that I've got here up to the logic analyzer and probe it, examine it, take a look at track 0 and the top track, and see what the exact data is that is on it. If track 0 contains file system information, then it's not that track. But it might be the top track, possibly, like on the Emulex. So, I don't know. Anyway, I have to finish. God, I've waffled on for another quarter of an hour or so now. Time to finish. I need to go. Right. We've made progress anyway. Oh, thank you very much for joining me this evening. This has been a fun evening. We have made some big progress here today. Some really big progress. We have what I'm confident now is a working reading system, in that checksums are calculating right. I believe now we are actually getting the right data out of the image in the right order, and it's not crashing, which is great. So next is, well, I need to investigate this drive signature thing, possibly, which might be hooking up the other drive and having a play with it. Quick write feature tomorrow in an hour. Ship it. Write is going to take forever to do. Write is not going to be easy. So that really is the next big thing, is being able to write to the drive. Then I need to look at all the rest of the logic surrounding the drive as well, all the other signals, make sure they're working as they should do. And then we might be in a position to actually connect it up to the PDP-11 and see what happens. But if you haven't seen magic tracks on any of the PC MFM RL jumps you looked at, some controllers did skip early tracks. Write is just writing 0 to read write register. Come on, yeah, right. Write is knowing which sector I'm currently on. Then when the write signal goes low, start a PIO block running, which acts as an input capture, feeding me counters of the time between clock edges, between edges of the incoming signal, through a FIFO into code to translate into data to then write into the current sector in the SD file. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun, but I'm not doing that yet. I'm putting that off as long as I can. So, yeah, I think the next thing then is investigating this drive signature thing, possibly, which could be a controller custom thing rather than a drive thing. So I'd have to work out how to implement that if it is, but that shouldn't be a problem. Maybe I'll have an extra signature file alongside a drive image that gives you this extra track, possibly. And maybe all the tracks are offset by 1 or something, I don't know. Anyway, tomorrow, and Bal Jemmet should be with us, I would hope, doing more power supply, followed by Shelby, followed by me again. I have a sneaking suspicion that track 0 is not actually the first track. So seek down to track 0 and then maybe we can go back a track. Once it's hit 0, we can still go back another track or something. Yeah, it may be. We shall find out. We shall rig up the RD54 that I've got here to the logic analyzer and to the Arduino. I shall reprogram the Arduino a bit and then so I've got more control over it, and I shall actually step to different tracks and see what's in it. We shall experiment. Maybe RS6000 power supply stuff tomorrow for you. Excellent. Right, well, we shall see you then. I have got to go. It's 11:30 now. I've overrun by an hour and a half. But I've had fun doing it. It's good. We've made progress. It's starting to come together, this now. Right, outro time. Where's my outro gone? Here's my outro. Thank you very much for joining me this evening. It's been great having you with me on this adventure, experimenting with all this code, trying to get this MFM emulator working, but we are making good progress. Many thanks to Ben and his eagle eyes for finding the big flaw in my code, which was just me having a brain fart. So be sure to join Ben tomorrow at 6 PM GMT for some RS6000 malarkey, followed by Shelby doing whatever Shelby's doing. Followed eventually by me again, I guess. Possibly looking at the RD54 and doing some probing. Over the weekend it'll be whoever happens to be around, and then I'll be back on Monday. I believe next week I have lots of extra time because it's half term, so there's no choir. So you might see me a lot next week. Who knows? Anyway, hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow in Ben's stream, if not in my stream. Oh, and don't forget the social links as well.
All right.
They're the important ones.
A huge thank you to everyone who tuned in today. Seriously, it was a blast.
Special thanks to MJ, Lewisoft10, PC Margus, Princess Fuzzy, but Majenko Tech, Jeepin 24/7, RF Programmer. Before that, Daft Punkle, Spies of Mud, Mama89, Chloe Raccoon, So Stews a Lot Too Farts, wow. Philpum, Raspio, Bampan, A Swarm of Dead Insects, thanks for the subscription.
Hot Rocks Girl, and Majenko Bot for the amazing chat.
And a massive thank you to Stream Elements for keeping things running smoothly.
A special shout out to Raspiel for subscribing.
And welcome to Kyle Shit Standard User 4 and Sifilua.av for following the channel. Thanks again, everyone.
See you next time. Majenko Rocky Dance.
And a special thank you to the Industrious Ant for all his lurking.
Oh, hello again, the Industrious Ant. So glad you're back. I hope Majenko is treating you well.
Computer, freeze program.